ELAC program to support the administrative tribunal in Tunisia. Before I hand over to Mr. Lutfi Khaldi, the Secretary General, to proceed with the opening speech on behalf of the Chief Justice, Mr. Grisea, Mr. Lutfi, please proceed to the podium to kickstart this meeting. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting. I welcome my colleagues from the different regional chambers of the Administrative Tribunal. On behalf of the Chief Justice of the Administrative Tribunal, I will proceed to the opening of this seminar to conclude the work between the Administrative Tribunal and the International Legal Assistance Consortium and NCSC. The Chief Justice was hoping to attend this meeting until yesterday, but there's an urgency that emerged, and he nonetheless conveys his greetings. First of all, I'd like to thank Gabriel Linden, the representative of the ambassador of Sweden, and Mozair Blacken, whose intervention will be recorded. I'd like to convey my thanks to Mrs. Violaine, who is with us and who is supervising ILAC NCSC program in Tunisia. My thanks go out also to Mr. Patrick Shatrik from ILAC, and Mr. Salim Ben Abdullah, and Mr. Ismail, whom you all know, who was our focal point with ILAC. I'd like to convey special thanks to him for the flexibility he has been exhibiting while dealing with the Administrative Tribunal, hence the achievement of so many objectives in this program. We can measure by the results. We have achieved important outcome throughout this cooperation process in comparison also with the other different programs pursued with our in-house and foreign partners. The work with ILAC and CSC made us achieve goals and objectives in concise time, notwithstanding the corona pandemic that disrupted some of the activities, but despite that, we managed to achieve the pre-planned objectives. And in this morning session, we shall be presenting the different programs that have been achieved. My thanks also go out to the experts who will be with us and who will present the different projects. I shall also thank NCSC staff who are also with us in our seminar. I'd like also to thank all the experts who worked at the regional level. There have been training programs at the regional level in Tunis. Through this program, we have managed to train about 250 staff members of the Administrative Tribunal, along with the training of other members of the Administrative Tribunal regarding the different activities of the court, which stands as an important backup and support for the Administrative Tribunal, enabling it to implement its programs in accordance with the objective-based plan and in keeping with the strategies devised. Some of these objectives have not been achieved in view of the limited financial resources. Our resources are limited to payroll expenses and logistical expenses, but with regards to the training programs, cannot be funded in accordance with the specific budget. That is why we were extremely grateful to ILAC and CSC for enabling us to overcome the limited budget and thus enabling us to achieve the pre-planned objectives. We remain upbeat that even after we are upbeat as to the progress of this collaboration with ILAC and CSC. I'm sure there will be other programs on a medium-term basis and that do not require big objectives, but that will achieve objectives that we need. I wish fruitful proceedings to our seminar today. We will be on your side to provide further clarifications regarding the programs to be presented today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lutfi. I forgot to mention Mr. Amin Dweeb for his excellent contribution. We shall be listening to the video for the opening speech of Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Sweden in Tunisia. Good morning, everyone. I am Amina Blek-Swaley. I'm the ambassador of Sweden in Tunisia.
Je me présente, je suis Anna Bloch-Mazoyer, ambassadeur de Suède en Tunisie. Je suis heureuse de pouvoir dire quelques mots à l'occasion de la cérémonie qui clôture une collaboration de 3 années entre le tribunal administratif et ILAC. Je profite pour cette occasion pour remercier Monsieur le Président du tribunal administratif pour son accueil, même s'il est aujourd'hui virtuel. Nous avons déjà eu l'occasion de nous rencontrer lors de ma visite physique au tribunal. Le tribunal, en tant que protecteur des libertés, tranche des litiges des citoyens avec des institutions publiques. Pour assurer ses rôles de protecteur, en plus de la formation des magistrats, les efforts constants d'efficacité et de modernisation de l'institution sont fondamentaux. Parmi les organisations basées en Tunisie et financées par la Suède, c'est l'une de mes préférées, ILAC, avec son partenaire NCSC, qui ont choisi d'assumer cette mission. Je sais que des énormes efforts ont été déployés tant par ces organisations que par le tribunal administratif durant ces 3 années et demie. Je suis fière que la Suède ait pu contribuer non seulement à plus de modernité et d'efficacité de l'administration, mais aussi à la diffusion des droits économiques, sociaux et culturels parmi les magistrats du tribunal. Je suis sûre que ces efforts auront contribué à un meilleur rendu de la justice pour tous les citoyens, pauvres ou riches, simples ou puissants, hommes ou femmes. Je laisse maintenant la parole à Ismail et Selim, ainsi qu'à Patrick qui a fait le déplacement depuis Stockholm, qui vous donneront un aperçu des actions qui ont pu être menées dans le cadre de ce programme. Merci et bonne fête de fin d'année à tout le monde.
speak today in my capacity as ILAC Advisory Council member in the name of Agneta Johansson, the Executive Director of ILAC, and Mark Ellis, its President, who could not be with us today because of the complications to international travel in the past few weeks. It's my honor to be at this ceremony today to talk about the assistance provided to the Administrative Tribunal, implemented in partnership with ILAC and two of its members, the National Center for State Courts, NCSC, and the International Bar Association, IBA. As a consortium of 50 professional legal organizations and experts from more than 30 countries, ILAC and its members are committed to work together with justice sector actors to advance the rule of law and equal access to justice. Together with our national partners, we seek to improve the administration of justice, to increase rights protection, to promote human rights education, and build bridges between institutional and civil society actors. All of this aims to build justice systems that are more just, more inclusive, and more resilient. Today's event is an opportunity to reflect on ILAC's long-standing partnership with the Tunisian justice sector and legal community. Our assistance to Tunisian justice sector actors starts more than 10 years ago. Our first involvement in Tunisia came as a result of the long-standing relationship between the Tunisian Bar Association, l'Ordre National des Avocats de Tunisie, and the International Lawyers Union, l'Union Internationale des Avocats, who was one of ILAC's founding members. And over the years, our programming has included 2 sectoral assessments, including one with the Administrative Tribunal, as well as technical assistance and training for judicial courts, the Administrative Tribunal, the legal community, and civil society. With support from the Swedish International Development and Cooperation Agency, our programming has represented more than $14 million in countries across the Middle East, including Tunisia. Our past contributions to the justice sector and legal community development in Tunisia have included training more than 1,800 judicial judges on judicial independence, integrating human rights methodology into the curricula of the Higher Institute for Judges, and establishing the Tunisian Women Judges Association. The 2018-2021 program that we are closing today emerged in continuity of these past programs, and it reflects our commitment to a fair and inclusive justice sector and a vibrant legal community in Tunisia. Implemented in collaboration with selected justice sector institutions, associations, and other actors in Tunisia and in Libya, the program sought to improve equal access to justice and to enhance public trust in the justice sector. Our interventions aim to assist national partners to achieve effective and timely justice for all, including those most victimized by conflict, by discrimination, or by economic marginalization, and were implemented by 4 of our members. With the National Center for State Courts, NCSC, we worked with the Administrative Tribunal to improve court administration and procedural fairness. With the International Bar Association, IBA, we worked with Administrative Tribunal judges, with lawyers, with civil society actors, to enhance the justiciability of economic, social, and cultural rights. With the American Bar Association, ABA, we worked with the Bar Association, Young Lawyers Associations, and High Institute for Lawyers to expand interactive training for legal professionals. And with the Raoul Wallenberg Institute, RWI, we worked with the High Institute for Judges to integrate human rights education into their curriculum and methodologies. The program also worked with actors in Libya, in their justice, legal, and civil society communities to expand legal education for the public and support transitional justice efforts. In Tunisia, our interventions contributed to transformational reforms that advanced equal access to justice and enhanced public trust in administrative justice. Our approach focused on 3 main components, First, collaboration, to open space for counterparts to develop solutions to address barriers to efficiency and accessibility. Second, innovation, to leverage the transformational potential of technology and introduce new digital solutions. Third, knowledge transfers, to invest in human capacity through targeted training and training of trainers. Our focus on the administrative tribunal is not by chance, as the jurisdictions competent to hear disputes between citizens and the state, a relationship that is marked by inequality and high risk of rights violation. The administrative tribunal plays a critical role as an equalizer and as a safeguard, ensuring that people's voices can be heard and that their rights can be realized. Our assistance to the administrative tribunal recognizes this critical role and the importance of administrative justice in the lives of people. This assistance was made possible thanks to the advocacy of a few who highlighted early on the limited assistance provided to the administrative tribunal in comparison to other justice sector institutions, including our ILAC colleague, Selim Belabdeselem. Thank you, Selim. Without you, this program would not have been possible. As a result of the program, we now have 2 new IT solutions available, one for case management at the Administrative Tribunal and one for e-learning at the Bar Association. At the Administrative Tribunal, we conducted a recent survey of users, citizens and lawyers, and recorded that 79% of users reported positive interaction. This is in large part due to the communication skills training that was delivered to all clerks and agents through the program. We also noted a new jurisprudential trend that emerged at the Administrative Tribunal, expanding the protection of economic, social, and cultural rights as a result of training that was delivered for judges and lawyers in civil society. And through the program, more than 800 judges, lawyers, clerks, civil society activists in Tunis, but also in Bizerte, in Nablus, Sousse, in Kairouan, Sfax, Gabs, Mednin, Gafsa, Sidi Bouzid, Kasrin, Kef, and Jendouba have benefited from training programs. The program, like its predecessor in 2013-2016, was made possible through strong partnerships with Tunisian institutions, professional associations, and civil society organizations. Today, we convey our thanks and deepest gratitude to the Administrative Tribunal and to all of its magistrates and clerks and other staff who worked tirelessly with us to implement the program and improve access to administrative justice in Tunisia and the quality of justice outcomes for citizens. This month, the program will close, but our partnership, friendship, and all that we have learned from each other will remain for many years to come. I would also like to convey our thanks to SIDA for their trust and guidance over the years, and to the Swedish Embassy in Tunisia for their willingness to participate in our activity and bear witness to the tremendous work of our members and counterparts. Thank you. Shukran.
I will now give you an overview on the program and the achievements made together through this collaboration. Welcome, everyone. Before I start, I'd like to extend my thanks to Abdeslam Al-Mahdi, the Chief Justice of the Administrative Tribunal, for his ongoing support to the program. I'd like to thank Anna Bloch-Mazoyer, the Ambassador of Sweden, and Mr. Den, who is with us and who will be acting on her behalf. I'd like to thank all the staff members of the Swedish Embassy and the members of the Swedish Embassy for their support, and Karima Nifzi, the Director of International Cooperation, Mr. Lutfi Khaldi, the Secretary, the Chief Clerk of the Administrative Tribunal, and Mr. Till, the in charge of international cooperation and electronic administration, for his valuable contribution and for the long hours spent over the phone, these innumerable hours. My thanks go out also to Mr. Hisham Al-Hami, the head of the trial chamber, who was with us since the beginning And I would like to thank all the staff members and the judges of the courts without whose contribution this program wouldn't have been achieved. I'd like to thank my colleagues and staff members of NCSC who have been on the field on a daily basis, never keeping track of the number of hours spent on the job. And last but not least, my colleagues Patrick and Salim bin Abdeslam. And I'd like to emphasize this point, Abdeslam Salim, who was behind the idea and that prompted this idea to the attention of the administrative tribunal. If we look back, I get the feeling that I can tell you that your efforts did not go to waste, and we can only be proud of what we have achieved and the outcome made in this regard. Before we review the achievements of the program, I'd like to go back a little bit to remind and to give an overview of the approach adopted by ILAC. It can be summed up into 3 points: expert and recommendations and implement. After communication with the court, we agreed jointly to provide the training through experts between February 2013, and after this delegation of experts, we drafted recommendations in April 2018, and in consultation with one of the members of ILAC and CSC that implemented this program. On this basis, we submitted a program to our donor, which is SIDA, or the Swedish Agency for International Cooperation and Development. This program has 2 components. So the first component is about to improve court administration, and that NCSC proceeded to its implementation. And the second part focused on the enforcement of cultural, social and political rights that was entrusted to the International Bar Association in association with the High Commission of Human Rights. We signed this agreement with the Chief Justice in November 2018, and we started our work. If we sum up this program in 3 expressions, this program was interactive, innovative, and adaptable. If we sum it up in 6 figures, we can say the management system dealing with cases in the Tribunal, 42 job descriptions to modernize human resources. And this is an important that made the administrative tribunal the first administration in Tunisia outfitted with these postcards, and it can make the tribunal a pioneer administration in Tunisia. 3 offices equipped with audiovisual screens. 89% of the respondents to the court, after being trained in the communication drills, are reassuring. 571 staff members and judges that have been trained more effectively with regards to the services provided to the litigants, and 71% of the completion of the initial action plan to attest to the effectiveness of the court's performance. A space for cooperation and exchange, as previously mentioned, among the key words that can characterize and symbolize the program. The word cooperation. Cooperation was essential to the achievement of many programs. As an example, the achievement of the duty description cards or the system to manage cases. This spirit of cooperation led to draft the preliminary questionnaire for submitting and lodging cases at the program at its beginning, and in view of the need for exchange between the headquarters in the capital and the regional chambers, organized 4 meetings for the exchange of opinions and 3 meetings for the exchange with the Administrative Tribunal of Quebec. And these meetings raised or led to the program for the duty description card, a space for innovation. The spirit of innovation was key to this program. We wanted this innovation to serve everyone and to serve the litigants in the first place. To this effect, we tried to set up a comprehensive system for signs and digital signs to direct the litigants. We all know we sometimes overlook the fact that on a daily basis when we go to the court, we know everything. I personally come and visit the courts. We forget how difficult it is for the litigants and how tense they feel when they come to the court. And therefore, this system to guide the litigants would reduce this tension. The litigants know their whereabouts and they know where to go, and they are familiar. They become familiar with the way which way to go in the court. And these innovations will have certainly positive impact. And we also focused on in-house work. Through joint efforts, we managed to set up a system for case management, and I'd like to comment on what Mr. Lutfi and Amin said when we introduced the system at its end, which they characterized as revolutionary. This system, in addition to the case management system, managed to generate accurate statistics. Whenever we talk about statistics, I remember Mr. Kaabesh, who was the General Inspector of the Ministry of Justice. We were talking about statistics. He said, Mr. Ismail, these statistics are really my eyes. Without them, I become blind. This sums up the importance of statistics. This system would generate some dashboards. You all know how important the dashboards are and how they enable the court leadership to improve court administration and in the most effective and modern way. There was also space to build the capacity of resources and human resources. To support the resources and the 231 among the staff of the courts were trained about communication techniques, all the administrative staff. We've also trained at least 1 staff member in each administrative court, including regional officers, in the maintenance of computers, so that they are ready to resolve any IT issues that may arise, and to support the court's effort to achieve digital transition and transformation. Apologize for my shaky voice. The spirit of cooperation also led to in-house training for benefiting 31 staff members, judges and clerical staff at the level of the archiving and also in the field of this new system. There have been a series of questions and answers for the benefit of the litigants and a preliminary questionnaire to lodge cases, 6 leaflets for electoral litigation, and the regional ELAC program regarding the economic, social, and cultural rights for the benefit of 100 administrative judges, which made it possible to consolidate adjudication of these rights and to promote this jurisprudence. This enabled us to protect these rights, and on the other hand, it helped consecrate the rule of law and international treaties and conventions. And to conclude, I would like to express my feeling that we have fulfilled and achieved the task that we set to this program, thanks to the valuable cooperation with the administrative tribunal. We've involved all the stakeholders in terms of result ownership. This helped consolidate cooperation among staff members. We also helped support and build capacities. We also helped achieve a process of digitizations. We also facilitated access of litigants to justice by listening to these litigants through on-site questionnaires. And now, with your permission, I'd like to add a small part in French to address our friends from the international organizations who are watching us online. Dear friends of international organizations, I would like to address those who are working with the tribunal to encourage them to continue. And for those who haven't had this opportunity to do it, on a personal basis, I can testify to the ease with which the collaboration with the administrative tribunal has been made. It is of major importance, and I want to highlight the strong will of these leaders that made this cooperation really conducive to modernization and innovation. This institution has all the tools to become a pioneer and pilot institution. Its digitization process has been largely started thanks to the application of the case management system that we developed with all the stakeholders, and the website that has been developed and that will be operation by next February with the assistance of our DRI friends, that would allow online access to information for the litigants, for the lawyers, the judges, to access jurisprudence. This is important. The modernization process of the administration has been largely started thanks to the establishment of duty cards. The administrative tribunal is the first Tunisian administration to benefit from this system of duty card, and the administrative tribunal is now anticipating the efforts and the projects of the Tunisian government that will address this project. These duty posts that have been developed with the administrative tribunal are also possible to use and duplicate, and the future vision of the administrative tribunal is clear and operational. We have been, this tribunal has been working with our friends from the DRI. They developed a strategic plan. This means that any organization that wishes to work with the administrative tribunal has a clear-cut plan that is available, and therefore you just pick it. I would like to invite you strongly to think about this collaboration, and by a way of conclusion, I'd like to add, and I talked about facilitating work with the administrative tribunal. I'll talk in a more emotional fashion. I get the impression that I have had a very personal relationship with the administrative tribunal and all those present with us. It's easy, and it is with great happiness that I work with the administrative tribunal. Thank you all. I wish you fruitful continuation of your proceedings. Thank you very much.
Now, I would like to invite the 4 speakers on the first panel. The 4 representatives who will speak about some of the achievements in the framework of the programs that we implemented with the administrative court. The floor is yours. And I would like to thank Mr. Lotfi and Amin Dweeb, my colleague, will overview the duty description codes. We were expecting Mr. Hani, who is the expert who worked on this, to attend, but unfortunately, some unexpected commitments prevented him from attending this event today. So Mr. Amin will speak on his behalf. Good morning. Thank you very much for being with us today. As mentioned by Ismail, who talked about the achievements that we wish to complete. One of these achievements is what we might describe as duty description or job description codes. I will try to explain the difference between the different terms later on. To be able to prepare these codes, there has been a what we might call as a historical process. So there were a number of workshops that we held, which all focused on improving the work of the management of the administrative tribunal. In the beginning, we implemented 4 workshops that revolved around the relationship between the administrative tribunal and its regional chambers. In 2018, the second workshop, that was a discussion meeting, actually, and it focused on the modernization of the administrative tribunal. That was in 2015, I think. The third meeting was held around the theme of communication before and during and after the elections. Maybe the starting point for the program on the CODS program. We met with Denis Borieux, who was the Secretary General of the Administrative Tribunal in Quebec, Canada. That was in November 2019. So he made a presentation on the experience of Canada and on comparative experiences in this regard. And we started the discussion with the Administrative Tribunal. We started the discussion with them on this experience, which with this court was the first experience ever in the Tunisian administration. Actually, this is a practice which is present in the private sector, but not in the public sector. So, because we wanted this to be a collaborative endeavor, we discussed the issues and the recommendations and solutions. Regarding the issues and challenges, we noted, actually, this was not only the expert, but this emerged from the talks we had with the staff of the administrative tribunal. There was no evaluation of the level of knowledge in the court and the lack of the necessary specialization, the lack of any constant evaluation mechanisms in the court, which led to some gaps and shortcomings in identifying the needs in terms of the personnel or any other needs. and fulfilling those needs is important for the institution to achieve its goals. Another issue is the lack of any clear strategy to make the best use possible of the staff. Well, actually, we have to say that in the framework of the latest strategic plan that was prepared, we are overcoming this shortcoming. The lack of training, which is dedicated to the staff of the administrative tribunal. What we mean by this is the presence of a permanent unit dedicated to training at the court. So, based on these findings, we tried to come up with a number of recommendations, not only recommendations, but we tried to sketch out some solutions. The first solution was the preparation of the duty description codes for the staff of the headquarters of the tribunal and the regional chambers also, or branches. In light of the experience of the Quebec Administrative Tribunal and other tribunals around the world. And we want this to be starting point for more specialization. The second solution is to have some clerks and registrars who would be specialized in specific areas in order to avoid the overlap in duties. This is a problem that is not specific to the administrative court. Another solution is to make sure that the description of the duties is accurate and the related skills also are clearly identified so that the implementation can run smoothly. Another recommendation is to rely on those descriptions to establish an effective dashboard in the headquarters and the regional branches of the court. The other recommendation is to properly train the clerks and the staff who have been selected for this training. And last but not least is to engage in ongoing training. When we prepared those codes, as you can see in this form or template, let me recall that this work was done in collaboration with all the staff members of the administrative tribunal who spared no effort to bring all this to success. They attended the 5 workshops, and then the expert intervened, Mr. Anas Al-Hani, and let me explain a little bit the methodology that he used to prepare the job description codes. As I said, we took as our starting point the comparison with what is happening worldwide, including in the Arab world and Europe and North America. So we tried to bring all the positive sides of each of these experiences. As you can see here, we prepared 42 duty description codes. The forms or templates that you can see here concern the registrars at the Court of Cassation, the description of the duties at the Central Administrative Tribunal. Without this being focusing only on the Secretary General, but it extends to all financial and logistical management units. what we'd like to finish with is the following. So we submitted and presented these solutions, or we overviewed these solutions. But let me talk a little bit about the outcomes or results. And those results will definitely lead to better horizons. Among the conclusions that we have reached is that these codes have enabled us to have an internal organization tool that could help with planning in the short or mid term. And these codes also have allowed us to identify the tasks and responsibilities in the court, which will clarify the vision regarding the needs in the different positions and the skills related thereto. I'm talking here about recruitment. These duty description codes set a standard to evaluate the positions and jobs, which will strengthen the collaboration and joint work in the tribunal. So, you know, that we've talked about the entire participatory process that led to those codes. Finally, the court will become a model to be followed by the other administrations, because it has become an effective administration in the management of the staff. We have borrowed this practice from the private sector, but in the public sector, those duty description codes do not exist, and the other courts do not have this practice. Indeed, I would like to speak on behalf of our expert, Anas Salhani, whom we would like to thank for the quality of the work that he has undertaken. Based on a participatory methodology that has involved all the stakeholders in the court, and with great support from the Secretary General, who has helped in easing the problems with the staff. Let me first identify or define those duty description codes. These are the various tasks which are entrusted to a staff member in an institution, and these duties could be temporary or permanent and vary in complexity. Of course, in terms of form and substance, I've already mentioned the fact that there is the duty description code and the task description code. We actually opted for the Arabic term بطاقة توصيف الوظائف, that is the function description code. Actually, we could add to the functions in accordance with the advancement in the employer's or staff member career. The codes extend to all the departments, setting the remit and the functions of each staff member in relation to the court registry and the financial management, archiving, reception, the guards, and cleaning, and everything that enters into play with regard to the management of the administrative tribunal. In terms of content, without getting too much into the details, because the details are too many, just to sum up the function description code. There are 5 different sections. The details of the functions what it takes for a person to fulfill that function, documenting the procedures, the endorsement and signature at the end. Let me take them one by one. Let me start with the let me start with the detailed description of the functions or duties. What we try to do here is to spell out the functional family. For example, if someone is responsible for the competitions, he's a member of the human resources, and there could be a sub branch of that, including, for example, the accounting and financial department, the financial analysis. Here I would like to stress the importance of the functional families. So this is the first time we refine our understanding of each mission or of each function. In the past, we did not have a post form, actually, or code. But we used to have a very vague description of the tasks and functions, which actually posed real challenges and problems in recruiting the right kind of staff members. Among the different sections that we have in the form or code, we have the name of the position, actually, which is, in fact, depending on the specific specialty that is needed. We have the headquarters on the one hand, and we have the branches on the other, and they cooperate. We have the rank, and that's the administrative rank. And fifth, the appointment, and this is about the department to which the staff member will be assigned. And sixth, the line manager or the supervisor. Here I'm talking about the hierarchy. This is typically the head of the department or the head of the staff team. I'm not talking about the registry, but I'm talking about every other department, including cleaning, reception, and the security or guards. Seven, the career path or career, and that's about the career development, or because you know that well, the staff member will not remain in the same position or in the same rank, and there will be some changes and developments, and this is what we call the career path or career advancement. Apart from the details of the functions or tasks assigned to the staff member, there is the general objective or goal of the position and the requirements for that job in terms of financial, human resources, and logistics. The duties of the staff member and the scientific qualifications and also the years of experience. The person who's recruited could have spent some time in the private sector or in other department in the public administration. Another very important section is the documentation of procedures. And this is the time for the preparation of the code. This is going to give us a very clear indication of the evolution. And finally, the approval and the signature, which will be done by the supervisor. Later on, you may want to make some comments or recommendation, or we can discuss the content of this code. But I would like to finish by saying that this job or duty description code is a standard and a tool for evaluation. It is also a tool that could help with identifying the needs of the administration of the tribunal, and this will make it possible for the administrative tribunal to promote and improve its internal development, but it sets also a standard for the other administration, for the other departments in Tunisia. And we have no doubt about the fact that the entire staff of the tribunal will definitely serve as an example for the other institutions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Siamin. I would like to add a couple of words, perhaps. I would like to second what Amin has said in the beginning. Actually, we did not wish to hire an expert who would alone prepare the code. We wanted this to come from inside the administration of the tribunal, because it's about appropriation also, and we did not wish this to come from an external source without their opinion being sought about this, because the members or the staff members of the court know exactly about their needs and about the inner operation of the court, and we just wanted the expert to add that touch of expertise, taken as a benchmark what is happening elsewhere in the world. Maybe you may want to ask questions or to make comments in regard of this presentation. Thank you. Good morning. I would like to thank you and commend this excellent work that you've done. Thank you very much for the work that you've done in the regional chambers or branches, and the administrative tribunal deserves to have all these efforts in place to modernize its work. I would like to comment on what you said regarding the cards. Why didn't you involve us as regional chambers? We don't have an idea about where you stand now, because you've said you've talked about the various contents and the requirements for a job to be assigned to a person. This has to actually, does this stand in contradiction with the legislation that actually speaks about the various requirements, or maybe they are in line with one another? Could you tell us more about the qualifications and the requirements for a specific position to be fulfilled? We don't know whether you've completed this work and whether the causal forms are in place. Why don't you distribute them to everyone who's working at the court, so that we can issue an opinion on that? Thank you. I'll perhaps give the floor to the members of the court so that they can tell you more about this, because our role is about accompaniment and coaching. we contribute our expertise. But as I said, and I insisted on that, this work has been based on cooperation and all participation. Um, this actually the Deputy Secretary General, Secretaries General, were invited to take part in the preparation of these duty description cards. Now, I'm absolutely sure that these cards will be handed to you now that they are complete, or now that we have completed work on that. But this is we leave this to the administration of the administrative tribunal. But let me restate what I said earlier about the methodology that we adopted, which is based on participation, both centrally and in the regions. And the workshops were an opportunity for everyone to make his voice heard. Thank you. Mr. Lotti, would you like to add to this? Please use the microphone. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to add just one thing regarding the well, the well, you have overviewed this with us a week ago, and the but well, actually, the cards were prepared by the staff members and not the administration. And the role of the expert was to actually harmonize the content of the cards with the international practice or standards. Regardless of the administrative court, you know that we have a basic kind of qualification for a particular staff member. Sometimes a staff member could be working in a department that he perhaps wouldn't have been assigned to in the first place because it's not his specialty. Well, the code doesn't actually breach any of the regulations regarding the recruitment, but it is a tool to actually synchronize and to harmonize the requirements with the internal operation of the court, and perhaps to make sure that during the job competitions organized, we have the right people in the right positions. For some years now, no people have been recruited in the public administration, and we have a great deal of needs. And actually, at the court, we had to bring people from other departments, and the job or duty or function description card is going to serve as a basis for knowing exactly what profile we might need at a particular department. For example, the registry may need a specific profile, and it is based on the descriptive code that we will maybe be able to appoint the right person. You know that one of the most important things that we focused on during our trainings is the relationship with the litigants, which goes beyond any academic qualification. It has to do with the interpersonal capacities of the staff member. You know that some staff members may meet only partially the duties assigned to them. So, based on the descriptions we have in the codes, we may add some training dedicated specifically to complement or to supplement the profile of that particular person. We would like to make the better use possible of all the profiles present at the court, but we need also to provide the right kind of training so that we can address the gaps in the profiles available to us. So it is only about the internal operation of the court. Regarding the participation, all the staff members were involved. But why you perhaps wonder why we have 42 descriptive cards, though we have around 150 positions. But if we have the descriptive card for clerks, that pertains to both the central headquarters and the chambers in the regions, and it goes across the different T's, that is the appellate court and the cassation court, for example. And this explains why we have this repetition. The Deputy Secretary General is only one card, but we have 12 Deputy Secretaries General, but we need only one card. We have made some suggestions, and I think that the expert has taken them into account. At a later phase, a decision will be made to approve the use of these cards as of a specific date, and these cards will serve to identify the duties of each staff member. This could be very useful in case a document is lost, for example. We can identify exactly who's responsible for what in the administration. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lotfi. Any other comments or questions from the room? Yes, please. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to commend the support that you're providing to the court, and I wish that this will continue in the future. We've been able to achieve over 70% of the goals set regarding training. Now, you talked about the training of trainers. My question is the following. The TOT unit haven't received certificates or an evaluation. Actually, we were able to attend a number of workshops, and I attended one of them. But unfortunately, we haven't seen any evaluation or certification. Well, excuse me, are you talking about the training of trainers in economic rights? No, it's about communication at courts. Actually, the name was the support unit because actually, it's very good that we evolve into trainers. We perhaps don't need to bring experts from abroad to this end. Yeah, this is a pertinent question. But if you don't mind, we're going to return to this later on, and we will provide an answer to this. Thank you very much. Any other questions from the room? No. It's just a comment. Yes, Mr. Lotfi, actually, you mentioned the fact that the role of the expert was interesting and important because what he did is that he added the final touch to the work done by the staff members of the court, so that this work could be aligned with the international standards. This participatory endeavor will continue in the future. We've talked about 42 cards, and we got them ready a couple of weeks ago. But as I said, the cards are really flexible, and we may introduce any changes in due time. The duty of function description cards are very important, not just for the administration of the court or for the management of the court, but they could be very important to all Tunisian departments and the administration. Actually, this pertains specifically to the management of human resources, and we would like to keep pace with the international developments in the field. Maybe this could serve also as an example, not just for Tunisia, but also for the other Arab states. Thank you. Thank you very much, Amin. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay. Great. So let's move to the next theme, and that's about digitization. I'll give the floor to Habib and Wael. Habib from NCSC and the director of the company which developed this software.
First of all, I'd like to welcome the attendees, thanking you for your interest in this session. We would like to present the different projects achieved under the framework of ILAC and CSC project with the administrative tribunal. We wanted to relate case management within the administrative tribunal. This started as a dream from the outset between ILAC and CSC and the administrative tribunal, and it was showcased in the shape of a dashboard. Hence, the beginning of 2018 and 2019 involving all of the stakeholders, that is the media team chaired by Mr. Amin Della, and the oversight of the Secretary General Lutfi Khaldi, involving also all of the clerical staff and all those of course, involved in this process. The dream started from that stage, and we would like to seize the opportunity to thank Mr. Ramzi Ben Saadi, who is the analyst developer who kick-started this dream with the administrative tribunal. And this idea started to play out as we moved along with the ideas. We grew, our appetite grew even bigger, and demands and requests grew bigger. And then we were more focusing on the digitization of the administrative tribunal. The ideas began to rush in, and demands also and requests started to grow. And then we started, to the request of the administrative tribunal, to develop this system that was initiated by Mr. Ramzi with the administrative tribunal team until the month of March 2020, when we deemed it necessary to develop this system in order to be a modern system that would really work out in the next stage of the tribunal digitization, and to ensure that this system would be consistent with the other system used, the media system used within the administrative tribunal. And therefore, STD came into play to develop this media program chaired by Mr. Wael Arafat Al-Jani, and thereafter we started a series of workshops and meetings with all of the players, which also resulted in the staging of numerous training programs for the benefit of the trainers of clerical staff, in addition to other training programs for the team working on this system. And until the end of the program, we have spared no effort to develop this system to ensure it is an upgraded and modern system that would be an important asset in the administrative tribunal's work, and to be a great inauguration of the development of the information system. So we try to convey this system, of course, with all of the details. Mr. Wael here is invited to give his impression. Thank you, Mr. Habib. Thank you, Mr. Ismail. As mentioned by Mr. Habib, we are going to introduce this media system that we have planned under the framework of the project. So under the framework of the digitization of the administration of the administrative tribunal, this system is the backbone of the future media work of the tribunal. Its programming started after finishing an entire needs assessment of the administrative tribunal in coordination with all the stakeholders. We are talking here about a participatory process that involved all of the stakeholders involved in this project. We also surveyed all of the files within the court. We carried out a full-fledged survey in order to see how cases are being processed in the courts in preparation for the digital transformation of the court. We are talking about the initial building blocks of this system, and this system should be regarded as the first step, as Mr. Habib has previously mentioned. It started as a dream, actually, that grew bigger thanks to the involvement of all the stakeholders. And therefore, we tried to really join in as the process was marching. As I would like to seize the opportunity to thank Professor Saadi. As a first step, it is a considerable step for the tribunal's digital transformation in keeping with the state's general policy. Something equally important in this system is that there was a unification of all of the file processes centrally and regionally, because there was some kind of a small difference in terms of file processes. Thanks to this system, we unified these processes. The objectives of this system, we are referring to general macro objectives and specific micro objectives. Among the macro objectives, governance and rationalization, more speed, better organization, more transparency, efficacy, easier statistics, preparation for a bigger project, and easier management. These are the macro objectives. With regards to the micro objectives, how are we going to implement these objectives? Through the digitization of monitoring, case registration, to the unification of case registry in between Tunis and other regions, to reduce efforts and duplication of work, to monitor, control repetition of cases, to set up a joint database, tables for the monitoring of the different presidents of courts and chief justice, to facilitate preparation of the timetable of cases, to facilitate the preparation of the subpoenas, to implement electronic services through the web, to rely on electronic email to exchange in-house information, and in the end, immediate statistics. The tasks entrusted to this system can be summed up in order to ensure incoming cases and to have receipts for that, to appoint the chambers to monitor cases, investigation, hearings, to monitor court decisions, and to issue data and statistics. This is a summary of the functions of this system. The principles that led to the development of the application from March to November 21, first and most importantly, is this participatory work that required the involvement of all staff members in the administrative tribunal. I'd like to seize the opportunity to pay tribute, to thank all those we have been honored to work with and those with whom we have been working indirectly online. This participatory work was conducted throughout the development of the system until the final touches brought to the training, through the training programs. It was hard work that required further development of the functions of the systems and sometimes adjusting these tasks at the final stages in order to really consider the financial aspect of the work of the administrative court. We are talking about flexibility, we are talking about the possibility of extension, about the principles utilized in the development of this system, this modular properties, a system that involves many components, the possibility of extension, the possibility to use different applications, and also the fact that we secured the application and the services, and then to ensure the servers, security of service and the equipment, to traceability also and tracking and identification. These aspects, just for the reference, for the record, among others, we wanted this application to be subject to development in the future, even if we have to add additional items to this application. The administrative tribunal could continue using this application while adding any further additions through the back office without straining the continuity of the work and progress of work within the administrative tribunal. The technology of this application should exhibit this high degree of modularity, and that is extensible and open source, subject to development at any time and in accordance with any request able to meet the other applications that will be potentially added in the future to this system. We now will focus on the roles that are involved in using this application. We divided them into, we broke them down into four classes or categories. We start with the registry office. That involves the registry of the logs and the issuing of receipts, the registration of incoming calls, the chief clerical, the chief clerk, the clerical office of the court to monitor cases, and the judicial aspect involving the Chief Justice, the Chamber's President. It relates to the statistics and the performance and the statistics. We will see them in details in upcoming slides. The components of this application, it is composed of a media application that is available to the users centrally and regionally. An independent statistical application or system that is available centrally to the super administrator. The system includes regional and central service and a server designed for statistics, regional and central service and servers designed for statistics. These are the this choice or option of this distribution was made after a thorough study of the tribunal's infrastructure. In addition to this choice, why did we choose this distribution of the servers to the regions, to the entire regions, to ensure that this system can in the future respond and meet any possible adjustments and developments for the regions. As to the roles mentioned by Mr. Wael, in the future we can add additional roles because these roles will be dynamic in the back office, and we can add additional roles in accordance with the future demands and requests of the administrative tribunal. The system is linked to other external applications, which is the dynamic display of the cases, and that enables us to display the table of cases and the dates of sentencing with additional information about the trial procedures. It's available in the trial court of Tunis. The application of jurisprudence, which has been available before, that includes court decisions handed down by the court, the electronic website of the administrative tribunal that would provide online services for the litigants. It's an e-service, and which is linked to this application in a way that the litigant is made capable of getting acquainted with the progress of his or her case online and through the authentication of the identity of the litigant. This linking of the application with its surrounding environment of applications is designed to develop the other applications and to consume the information within this system, within this application, by the other applications within the administrative tribunal, and that will be created in the future. The ultimate purpose is actually to serve the citizens and ensure that the litigants have swift access to information and they can monitor the progress of their cases online with due regard to all the standards of data safety and access to information and the security required by the administrative tribunal in terms of the confidentiality of its internal data and in terms of the transparency and with due regard to the protection of personal data or private data for citizens. All of these standards have been duly regarded during the development of the application and when using the data of this application. Now we are going to present the specifics regarding the functioning of this application. The case process in accordance with this application starts at the registry office where a serial number is granted with due regard to the archiving standards. This serial number is made up of 13 numbers, actually, or figures. It is standardized EA13 standard for the archiving. We took into account several details, including the distinction between the number of registration and the number of cases. We are talking about two distinct figures. The registry number is granted as soon as the litigant hands the file to the registry office, and this number is connected to at the regional level. It is connected to the chamber tasked with the case, and centrally it is related to the chamber, and it could be issued even when there is any outage at the level of internet connection. This initial registration number, it can be saved by the application. As to the case number, starting from the appointment of the chamber, the case number is at the national level. It is sequential at the national level, and it is unified. And this case number cannot be provided when in case of internet outage, and there's a solution that we proposed within the application. In case of internet or network outage for a long time, we can issue the number of the case centrally through the through the encrypted database when we are offline, and in a way through electronic mail outside, offline, if you like, the courts network, but in encrypted fashion, and no one can read this database except the central server and the super administrator. And in such a case, it could yield the case number even for the regional chambers in case the internet connection remains offline for quite a time. Just to add something regarding this aspect, the case number, it's impossible to be repeated at the regional level in other regions, even in case we are offline, and this is all designed for the confidentiality and the security of the information about the case in case it has been transferred in encrypted fashion. That's for the security and for safety considerations, and to ensure that there is no duplication of the case numbers at the level of the regions. Therefore, there could be a copy of this registration number, and at the we go to the chief clerical office, which appoints the chamber to be tasked with the case, the appointment of the chambers, and then the authentication or the change or the referral to the Secretary General based on the Chief Justice decision. This decision can be taken directly by using the information by the Chief Justice in person or by his clerical staff in order to execute his decision. This is an example about the appointment of chambers. Throughout the progress of the case within the court, the clerical officer intervenes through the system, through the application, to monitor investigation work and to monitor the hearings and to monitor requests for subpoenas, because we will see another role in addition to the request to monitor the cases, to the relevance of the case that sums up the different stages of the case, to also inform the rapporteurs and the state commissioners to sum up or to obtain issue abstract of cases, and these interventions on the case are recorded in the system. They are traceable. We know who's supervising it and at any time. This application enables us to monitor court decisions regarding the preparation of the case, the notification of administrating copy, requests to obtain a copy, recovery of supporting documents, the referral of cases to appellate jurisdictions, referral and recourse to these files, and the referring of these court decisions to the this is if you like, the screen that enables us to monitor court decisions. We now come to the judicial aspect. The presidents of chambers were granted access to monitor the work of the chambers by getting acquainted about the data, instant data and statistics about the number of cases, the nature of cases, and the stages at which these cases are. These statistics granted by the application could relate to the nature of the cases or the stages. The appointment of rapporteurs to monitor the correspondence that went beyond the deadlines and for which there were no replies, to take appropriate measures through the warning systems that enables them to add experts to the cases in collaboration with the SAD office. The General Secretariat is tasked to monitor the documents that need to be issued, like subpoenas. The clerical office is the one that requests issuance of subpoenas, and the General Secretariat can issue them to submit possibility to write off the case when requested by the Chief Justice. We also added another role for the information office that enables the users to get acquainted with the progress of the case, in-depth research on a given case when litigants come to the court who have a case number or something, the registry number missing or the case number, just not to disrupt the progress of the work in the registry office. We have the information office through in-depth research with any data, phone number, email address, they can get hold of the case and provide the requested information. This is an important component of the application. The dashboard, the monitoring dashboard, this control dashboard provides data and statistics that are of high importance, likewise for the super administrator, who can in a dynamic way manage basic chambers like the different governorates. The super administrator can manage all of these aspects. He could track all of the operations. This refers to the traceability. The super administrator can issue the information through this application. This application has a statistical unit that contains filters that enable the super administrator to draft statistical reports made up of tables and updates that could be turned into Excel tables in accordance with the specific outcome. Within this application, there's a component about the statistical unit which is independent from the application and isolated in technological terms. And this is a choice we made to reiterate the aspect of flexibility that characterizes this application and that makes the super administrator able to add new statistics or a new type of statistics through the use of this statistical unit that may issue trends or curves or tables that could be exported to PDF or Excel and to link up with future applications. The monitoring or the traceability of data or tracking data, as shown on the screen, the super administrator may, through based on a case number and at a specific time, can issue, the data regarding the file and who intervened to add or to modify or to update any information regarding the case. We are going eventually to talk about how we proceeded to the deployment of this application on the ground of reality. There's a central server that is linked up to regional servers. These servers, regional servers, are linked up to the users, and we have the API that links up the application with external application like the website or the dynamic display. And these this duplication of databases or these repetitions make it possible to protect the data in the event of any failure to any of the servers. We have copies of the database, even at the regional level. Thank you very much. We thank you very much for your attention. We know this presentation is extensive. We try to be concise about the components of the application. I'd like to seize the opportunity to thank all of those who contributed to this work, to STDE company, to my colleagues who are not with us today, like Mrs. MENA Abidi and Nuzha Rahmi. And we would like to thank all of you for any questions. Please go ahead. We'll be all ears.
Thank you very much, Habib and Wael. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. I just wanted to ask this question regarding the national case number, which could be signed only online. You know that in case of election litigation, there are very specific deadlines, and these deadlines may have an effect on the final results. If for any reason there is no impossibility to connect to the internet for any reason, what is the solution here? Could we assign a number manually, or if we are offline, could those numbers which have been assigned manually, could they be inputted into the application? Thank you for this question. Now, regarding the number, we have the number which could be assigned even offline. This could be a solution. At least we can provide an initial number, and then this number could be used actually by the citizens to know about the case number without going to the court in person. We have also thought about another solution. If the internet remains disconnected, the regional chamber may email, even using a personal email, they can send an encrypted temporary database to the central office, and the central office may provide the numbers for the cases in case the internet is disconnected. Thank you very much. Thank you for this system, which is a very effective one indeed, and which will change the landscape indeed. Digitization will make our work much easier. Now, regarding the standardization of the registration of cases between the head office and the chambers, I would like to ask this question to the Secretary General of the Tribunal. You know, now regarding in the future we will have regional courts. Why don't we have a different code for each tribunal. What is the reason for changing this? Because this will pose real problems. We said that the internet could be off for some time, and you said that the solution could be in using emails. And actually, if the internet is not connected, this could be a big challenge indeed, because in matters of election litigation, a citizen may come to you and lodge a case 4 or 5 minutes before the end of the working time. Another question is regarding the appointing the chambers. Well, some of the problems that we're facing is how, well, in Tunis, the center, I'm not talking about the regional chambers, how are the cases assigned to the chambers? Actually, we wanted this to be done automatically without the first president assigning those cases. Could you please explain more how the cases or how the chambers are assigned, or cases assigned to the courts? And I did not understand exactly what you meant by approving the chambers, perhaps. Amin will answer part of this question, and then thank you very much. In fact, I wanted to speak last, but this question is important regarding assigning numbers. Actually, we have two types of systems. We have we have a number which is used by by each chamber, and we kept the code because on the ground we have seen that some regional chambers are giving the same numbers. So actually we have similar numbers for cases at different chambers. So in order to overcome this problem, we revised the system, keeping the same logic. Another factor is a technological one. Actually, the number of the case, which becomes the national case number, regarding the IT systems, you know that the IT systems are always standardized. There is no decentralized system. You can't speak about the system for Nebel or Tunis or Sus. It's exactly the same as with the banks. For example, we can't have different systems for the headquarters, and which follows a different logic from what happens in the bank branches in the regions. Another element is that, well, if we want to deliver services, we don't want to fall into that very traditional Tunisian attitude of come back tomorrow because the internet is not working. So in order to avoid this problem, we did not actually want to link this up with the center in Tunis. So the first numbers are dedicated to the regional chambers because we wanted to avoid a situation where we would have to stop if something happens to the internet connection. If at the regional chamber the internet is on, then any person could have access to the number regardless of the time of the day. I don't wish to talk about independence or autonomy, but technically you are kind of independent. That's about the number. Microphone, please. Now, I'm talking about the case number. As for the first number you mentioned, there is no problem. Now, in case of election litigation, if you someone comes at 5:15, then you have to have access to the number immediately if there's a problem with the internet. Could you refer the case without a number? No, I said that even if you have a problem with the internet, no, this is not my question. It's about the cases. Now, and if in the future we have some regional tribunals, what will happen? Why do we have why do we have to standardize the numbers? How could this be useful? Because for 4 years we've been working with independent numbers. So your question is, what is the usefulness, or how could this be useful? So I provided an answer actually, because technically, as I said, the actually now the system is about this e-service that citizens could have access to these services online, and actually we need a central server to collect all the data. Well, actually, we may have in the future 24 courts or tribunals. Technically speaking, it's impossible to have a server for each of them. That's a question of cost and of effective management. There are standards that we are following. It's not a decision that we've come up with as an administrative tribunal. As regards the establishment of those systems are always centralized, and I talked about this analogy with the banking system. Well, if you go to the bank branches, there is no dedicated logic for each different branch. This is the peculiar to the IT systems. That is, we are following the standards. We've not come up with anything new. That's about assigning the numbers. And you actually, we mentioned a dream, but let me describe this into a challenge, because I think that this is a better word. Actually, we've been dreaming for a while now, and maybe it is high time we started working on making this dream true. We at the court we are keen on developing our infrastructure, IT, security, the networks, human resources, and the training of the staff. Well, the question was, should we wait until we have all this in place before we start to give life to our dream, or should we start building on what has been achieved? This has been the challenge, and today we have this system which is in place, but we're going to refine it over time. We're going to improve the equipment, the security, the training of the staff responsible for the management of the system. Second, this challenge, everyone here is familiar with this digitization. It's not just about that. It's not just about the technological aspects. In parallel, there's an entire mindset that should go hand in hand with this process of digitization. There's the skilling or upskilling of the stuff, the equipment that we need definitely, and maybe through these systems we will have better knowledge of what we want and what the problems are. And every time we face a challenge, we will do everything to overcome that challenge using the means available. Remember, when we started talking about this project, the idea was this. That is, we wanted to work with the means available and with the tools available. Of course, there's plenty of support by ILIC and SC, and would like to thank them for that. But what I mean by the means available is this. Remember that the feasibility studies used to last for years and years. This exists at the court, but within another framework. But today, we wanted to work with two different speeds. One relating to the mega project, the big dream. There are actually there are experts who are working on this, but at the same time, we don't want to stop there and wait for years. And we wanted to start with this small idea of the system, but this small idea has grown bigger. We wanted to start with our environment. There are so many needs at the tribunal, including the lack of a system that would facilitate the work of the clerks. But we started with that, and which is now rolled up to rolled out actually to the higher levels. And at the same time, we wanted to improve our services to the litigants. We wanted to make access to the services much easier. Well, actually, at the end of the day, this is going to be a large system which is linked up to an e-service, something new. That is, a litigant may be able to follow the proceedings online. You know, now in the 21st century, with the advent of COVID-19, it is quite risky to have all those people come to the court to ask simple questions. So at the click of a button, we would like the citizens and the litigants to have access to the entire judicial process and to get the answers that they want for their questions and to all the details that they may need. We don't want the litigants to come to the court to recover some supporting documents. We would like to deliver this online, and I think that through this effort, we perhaps will come to a point where citizens will perhaps come only once to the court, or maybe just a couple of times. Perhaps to, for example, to have the original copy of the ruling to execute the sentence. This is actually what we are about, slowly but steadily. Today, the application is not a ready-made application. We did not go to the market to try to buy one, but today the application has been a response to the needs that we expressed at the court. And let me be clear about that. Here I would like to thank the company and WEL in particular for their efforts, because technically speaking, we perhaps would have started with the clear specifications, but actually we started the other way, because as we proceeded, starting from the first experience with Ramzi, we always asked questions about what additions we could add to refine this application. So this was on our side, and on the other side there was a company which was developing the application, and we have come to a stage where the application is perhaps not 100% ready, but it's almost and very close to being ready. And this is our part of the job, because we're going to use that at the court, and maybe this is a pilot version. You know, we're using things like alpha and beta. This is true even with Microsoft and other large companies. But in the interest of time, we wanted to start with that pilot version. because we are absolutely sure that 98% of the application is ready for use, and we can update the application on a regular basis within 24 or 48 hours. And actually, maybe the presentation made doesn't give justice to all the effort that has been made, but this application is still open, and there are other things that will be added. Finally, I would like to thank all the technicians and the company, but also the clerks at the administrative tribunal, because dozens of meetings have been held with them so that they can express their needs and their aspirations with respect to the application. Maybe today they haven't found everything in the application because, you know, that the application may serve the purposes of not only the clerical office, sorry, but also we talked about other aspects like the optimization of the procedures, and there are also that we've been keen on using the acceptable standards and norms. So we really wanted to develop all the necessary aspects. I would like to thank the trainers, and I remember the in-house training of trainers at the administrative tribunal. I would like to commend all their efforts, both in Tunis and in the regional chambers. And with regard to the regional chambers, I think that we've done some more work compared to the center. Maybe in the presentation focus was on Tunis, but there are two versions. One of them working in parallel, and it is dedicated to the regional chambers, taking into account the characteristics of the regional chambers, because you know that in some cases the process is quite faster compared to Tunis, and all this has been taken into account. This is what I wanted to say. Once again, I would like to renew my warmest thanks to everyone that's contributed to this. And let me say again that at the present moment, as I talk to you, teams are working on developing the application further. Thank you very much, Mr. Amin. And definitely, I would like to thank you very much because you've led this project. Gabrielle, I'll give you the floor now from the Embassy of Sweden. Uh, Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this presentation and for this wonderful work. It's really impressive, and I do agree with you. The technology is there, and across all public sectors, digitization is absolutely paramount to progress, particularly in terms of resources and effectiveness and transparency. We, as public officers, whether diplomats or actually, we're lagging behind when it comes to the private sector in terms of technology, but we need to use technology and to leverage technology. And actually, well, if I got you well, you're launching the system. Would it be possible to speed up the management of the cases in the court or the tribunal? And also, since the application has been launched as a pilot application, do you think that it would be possible for this application to be used at the court, at other courts, and also in other public administrations? Thank you very much. Yes, absolutely. Yes, this system, well, among the goals, among the key objectives, is to speed up the processing of the cases with digitization. This is all about it. That is, we speed up the management of cases and the processing of cases at the tribunal, measuring this acceleration is a responsibility of the court, indeed. But maybe after we use the system for a while, we could measure how effective the system is. Now, regarding replicating the same experience in other tribunals, this is one of the things that I heard about. That is, we need perhaps to reach a level of abstraction in the development of the application so that we can use it and replicate it in other locations and venues. And this is one of the characteristics of such systems. Thank you, Mr. Hisham. You asked for the floor. I'll give you the floor for 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to all of you again. And I would like to thank Ismail in particular, because this work of coordination is perhaps one of the pillars and one of the most difficult missions. ILEC has played a leading role in this, and I would like to thank all the organizations that have contributed to this work. The experts have done an incredible and amazing job, and let me say that it is really hard to improve the operation of a judicial administration that has been using methods that date back to the early 20th century. And the people working there are real, they're doing more than they have to do under such very difficult circumstances. Actually, when you started with the diagnosis, and the experts who were there in the beginning were a little bit surprised and astonished at the way the court operated, notwithstanding all the good reputation of the tribunal. This is why I said that the administration and the administrative staff of the court have been working and under very challenging circumstances and trying to do the best that they can do. Actually, what we would like to achieve is a fully digitized judicial process. We are moving towards that end, and I think that what we are about today is a part of achieving that goal. Maybe I haven't been able to follow this process for the last 3 years, but you mentioned the fact that we are very close to starting full work with the application. As a president of a chamber, and I speak on behalf of my colleagues, we so far haven't seen much of that change. Maybe the clerics have started to use this, but today and every day people come and knock at my door and ask for the information about their cases. And we are actually, what I want to say is that we are still working with very, very outdated methods, and this puts a lot of pressure on the staff of the court. I wanted to put this on the table because I want to get an answer to this question. Because we want to feel the change, actually, as judges and as justices. So when is this moment going to happen? We are optimistic towards the full digitization of the system of court operation. Well, let me give you a very brief answer. I'm a fan of cooking, but you know, ingredients sometimes need some time to be put together. But when you start to cook, it's very, very quick. This system is going to enter into operation very shortly. No, it's already operational, and I think that the outcomes will be seen very shortly also. Thank you. I just wanted to add one thing. The application, we started working with the application a couple of days ago, but because this is a pilot phase, there are some aspects of it which are not working because this is the effective experimentation, but we hope that by the end of December, everything will be sorted out. And the project that we are talking about today is one of many projects. The information system is already operational, and we have other funding by the World Bank dedicated to other projects, and this is about the company that is working on the different programs within the strategic framework. And this is about one of these projects. Our engineers at the court are currently working on purchasing the equipment by means of funding by the World Bank. They're currently examining the bids and the tenders, and the equipment will cost 800,000 euros. This is about the storage space and the servers. The servers at the regions were a part of our cooperation with our partners, and for 1 month they have been operational now in the regions. In 2023, we would like to reach a situation where the litigants come to the court only on the hearing day. All the other procedures, including notifications, etc., will be done online, and maybe at a later stage we would like to have online hearings. These are not just ideas, these are projects. The studies are underway, and we have about 2 million euros that have been spent, and that part of them is going to be spent in the future also. But no, the contribution of ILAC is that they have paid specific attention to a specific need of ours, and this has been very smooth indeed, and we have reached some concrete results. We have a program and we have goals that we have set for ourselves, and well, every time we embark on a specific project, we have very specific goals, and we have a broad range of projects, and we would like this cooperation to continue, particularly in respect of some specific and small projects. Thank you very much. The coffee break is now, and please come back in 15 minutes. Thank you. So now we're going to talk about communication. I'll give the floor to Basma Ben Abid and Amel Aisawi, who will introduce this new theme. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Regarding communication, we will overview the different activities and the findings of the study on the impact of these activities on services. In 2019 through 2021, NCSC organized activities, including 14 workshops on behalf of the clerks of first instance courts on communication, building the capacities on communication. But regarding the communication tools and access to justice, we actually mounted some screens in the three venues in Tunis, and we made available a number of material to the litigants to facilitate access to courts. In 2020, NCSC measured the impact of the trainings made on the quality of communication at courts. The sample included the staff members who took part in the training sessions, and also the lawyers and the litigants. In 2021, we revisited that evaluation. The findings were as follows. The 64% appropriated the basic concepts. The subsequent evaluation found that the retention of the knowledge from the trainings stood at 63%, and the implementation of these concepts stood at 84%. If we look into the details of the findings of the study, we can conclude that the techniques that were most retained dealing with difficult cases, 81%, and general concept, 62%. But regarding the techniques that were least retained, procedural guidance, 44%, compassion, 45%, or empathy, I think, and the relationship between procedural equity and the clarity of information, which stood at 50%. Regarding the most implemented techniques, the general communication techniques, 84%, dealing with difficult situations, 80%, and procedural guidance, 72%. Between October and November 2021, NCSC evaluated or undertook a complementary evaluation in the field to measure the impact on the training, on the quality of services. And this came to supplement the initial study, and the findings of the evaluation were generally positive. That is, the stakeholders said that the impact was positive. The general rate was 79%. In more detail, regarding the regional chambers, the positive results were 82%, and in Tunis, 75%. We will delve into more details regarding these findings, regarding communication in general, and according to the litigants, the positive perception of the quality of services was the same between 2020 and 21%, ranging from 75% to 74%. But what we have noted is that there has been an upward trend regarding the perception of the stakeholders or those who use the services of the administrative court regarding guidance. In 2020, the positive perception was 58%, and it stood at 74% in 2021. We will continue to talk about the change brought about by the training, taking into account the perceptions of the lawyers. 60% of the lawyers taking part in the evaluation indicated that they have noted a positive change in the behavior of the clerks of the administrative court during the last year. 35 of those lawyers explained this change by the better quality of the services, 27% by more professionalism, and 22% by the calmness and good listening skills. What we see here is that the lawyers who did not note any changes, they did not express a negative attitude regarding the overall quality of the services, but they said that overall the clerks and the staff members interacted positively, actually, and they showed, for the majority, some good attitude towards the quality of the services. Now, regarding the impact of the training on the understanding of the general concepts of communication, let me give some results. And these results show a clear progress from 2020 through to 2021. We can say that in 2020, most of the clerks who received the training did not have enough hands-on experience, but in 2021, the implementation of the communication techniques or skills was better. That is, the period of implementation was longer. The satisfaction rate regarding the services in 2020 was 56%, and it rose in 2021 to 67%. In this regard, most of the people dealing with the administrative tribunal who had a positive impression said that the response that were delivered to them were satisfactory. In order to know more about the general concepts, the use of easy to understand language. So 66% of the litigants in 2020 said that the language was understandable, and it rose to about 77%. Now, regarding the procedures, here I'm talking about the people using the services of the court. and that rose to 75% in 2021. In this context, the procedural equity is paramount to trust in the justice and to the acceptance of the decisions by all the parties. There are four pillars to this. First of all, treating people with respect. Second, good listening to the litigants. Three, and the understanding the information presented. And fourth, considering that the process is equitable. Now, regarding dealing with the difficult situations, sometimes communication is a little bit difficult between the court and the people seeking the services of the court. For about 71% of the litigants said that they went through one episode of difficult communication with the clerks, but the that actually but from we moved from 46% to 76% of the positive outcomes of those communication episodes. The skills that were most mentioned by the litigants concern good listening and also calmness. Most litigants in 2020 indicated that they went through a difficult episode of communication, and that the situation was handled negatively, and they explained this by the pressure, the work pressure, I think. But in 2021, most litigants who have gone through a difficult communication episode explained this by the fact that the information was not readily available or not very clear. So we think that the clerks at the court are managing better those stressful situations. 91% of the litigants who have been interviewed mentioned the calmness of the clerks, even at those moments where the court witnessed the presence of large numbers of litigants. We should note in this regard, and with respect to the difference to the gender aggregated responses, 93% of males responded positively, interacted positively, while only 55% of women interacted positively. Now I'll give some figures and some findings by way of gender analysis. The overall positive perception by women is 71%, while for men that was 84%. If we analyze these findings, we can see that men and women had a similar perception of respect and calmness at times of rush and non-discrimination. Men have a more positive perception of with respect to understanding the information. The lack of stress and fear, more confidence and satisfaction with the services. But compared to women, women had less of all this. Now, regarding the geographical location and results by geographical location, let me give an idea about the difference between the regional chambers and Tunis. Overall, the positive perception was more in the regions, 85%, and in Tunis, only 75%. However, there are some positive aspects which are shared by both locations. That's respect in treatment, non-discrimination, confidence in communication, feeling comfortable with communicating. And there's a more positive perception in the region regarding patients understanding the information, satisfaction with the services, and calmness at times of rush. And now, regarding the positive aspect which was mentioned in Tunis, that's about the quality of reception. Before I give the floor to my colleague, I would like to say that in addition to the surveys that have been completed by the respondents, there were also some focus groups organized with lawyers in order to further explain some responses. And we had individual interviews with some lawyers and with some litigants, and these discussions or interviews confirmed the information that we deduced from the figures that I've mentioned concerning access to justice and the now regarding the communication skills and CSC asked some questions about access to justice and the impact of the digital screens which were mounted by NCSC in Tunis since 2019. Questions were asked to the lawyers and to the litigants and to the court users to measure the level of satisfaction of all of them regarding the material used or the tools used concerning access to justice. Well, actually, people reported that the impact has been significant. The positive significance of the digital screens for citizens was 56% compared to 70% for lawyers. Regarding the guidance posts or postings or posters regarding citizens, 97% and lawyers 48%. In general, 81% of those using the services of the court had a positive impression regarding the screens and the other material used in 21%. In 2021, sorry, compared to a smaller rate in 2020. NCSE, in cooperation with the administrative court, prepared 6 leaflets. The litigation concerning candidatures in elections, the presidential elections, of litigation concerning the presidential elections and the results of the presidential elections. These were prepared in 2019 before the presidential election and the parliamentary elections. And also, there were leaflets prepared regarding the litigation concerning candidatures for municipal elections and the results. And these leaflets were distributed in 3 venues in Tunis and also in the regional chambers. And now regarding the results, the leaflets for the results were distributed in the beginning of 2021.
I will provide you with a brief account of the main results achieved after mentioning the activities and the assessment results conducted. These results focus on the establishment of signs and to improve directions, to provide resources at the disposal of litigants to facilitate access to justice, preliminary poll on the litigations concerning elections, a high percentage of positive interaction on part of the stakeholders dealing with the administrative tribunal, like litigants and lawyers, the improvement of information system, and with regards to the stakeholders dealing with the administrative court, a higher percentage of the positive resolution of difficult situations and dealing well with the pressure, one of the main causes to master high technological communication and information about how to deal with difficult situations, with a higher percentage to utilize these techniques. And to conclude this presentation, we have a set of recommendations that focus on the importance to establish the ongoing coaching to improve communication, to provide a mechanism to monitor communication, and taking into account the impressions and the feedback of the stakeholders dealing with the administrative tribunal. And thank you for listening. Thank you both, Besma and Emel, for your presentation. The floor is now open for questions or any comments regarding the topic that has just been presented. I may have a question. If you can tell us if you have noted any change at the level of the daily work of the staff members. Thank you for the team that submitted the outcome of the report. It is true, we are dealing directly with the staff members, especially those who underwent the training. Some have been trained twice. We had the first training, and some of the staff members were twice trained regarding the issue of reception and information of litigants. I have had reactions from lawyers and citizens who told me that they arrived this morning, that they were not well received, that the staff were tense. When I asked the officer or the staff member, I asked them, you've had a training? And so he said, yes, I've been trained. We've had role play activities. We were provided with ways to self-restraint and self-control. So he told me, as I was coming, I had to wait for 1 hour for the bus to arrive. And when they come to the work after what they endure from the difficulties of transportation and the constraint of going back home early to take the kids home, all of the stress that they are encountering meant that 30% of the content of the training is not reflected on the ground of reality, and that's the issue encountered in the capital city. You've noticed in the polls that the percentage of the result of the training were present because in the regions people do not endure much pressure from transportation, nor is there much stress regarding the daily life. there's less stress and pressure at the level of the regions, and therefore the perception of the training is not of the same kind. This is something we witness in the civil service as a whole. The administrative tribunal is one of the samples that we witness. When I used to be the general manager of public service, and we carried out assessment of the working hours and the policies and the situation of the traffic in Tunis, we are now thinking about, along with the digitization, we are advocating online and e-governance, because maybe 30% of the staff members could stay home and do the job online through e-working, and even in terms of the traceability of their work would be clear. And when we undertake to prepare an activity report, that could yield better results. And the departments that do not have any contact with the citizens coming to work and spending hours on transportation and straining the transportation means could be avoided. There's another investment at the level of the offices. That investment, if we could, be used at the level of connection systems, would be more beneficial. These that's what explains that the results of the training are not reflected directly. The impact is small, but when when we have periodic trainings, I'm sure the impact will improve. Every 3 years we repeat the same training so that the components of the training can be better instilled in the minds of the staff members. Regarding this point, as a president of a regional chamber, I noticed a positive impact of the training sessions that you have staged, be it at the level of the psychology of the staff members or at the level of their performance and competence. At the registry office, they would, on a piece of paper, that they are that this person is characterizing the type of the case, and this is quite an important point. Just to comment on what Mr. Lutfi has just said, the digitization and through the discussions with the lawyers and with some of the citizens, most of them were hoping to have an online working system to save time and to avoid these tense situations. That is the bulk of the demands expressed by these stakeholders. As to the comments of some of the lawyers who made really some complaints. In terms of field work, we carried out an on-site assessment. We visited some of the regional and the Tunis offices, and we talked to lawyers and citizens who took part in this assessment. Some expressed their opinion about being badly received, or that some of the answers were not clearly understood. But if we compare, we find that when we ask people about the topic of the questionnaire, and before they fill out the questionnaire, on individual discussions, they would say, we are very pleased with the service, they are dealing with us properly. There was always a comparison between the administrative tribunal and the other judicial institutions where communication was not highly praised, and we hope that in the future such results will improve and that there will be more efforts exerted in order to reduce the complaints of the litigants or the lawyers. Just I would like to react. Thank you for the training that you have provided for us. Just for the record, just to ensure efficiency of communication and how to deal with the litigants. I think this shall not be confined to a 3-day training. It has to be a long-term effort, ongoing training, so as to ensure that the topics of these trainings are not limited to communication with others, to facilitate access to justice, at least even the trainings should be part and parcel of our own training inside the courts, and therefore it should be one of the topics among our ongoing training program. You cannot hold to account a staff member in view of the current circumstances about the way he or she deals with the litigants in view of the conditions made available to them, and you cannot ensure their efficacy and efficiency just through a 3-day training. They may forget the components of the training. They could forget the information provided by Mr. Nabil or by Counsel Abed. When we perpetuate such trainings on a long-term basis, not once every 3 years, I think we can ensure better results. Even though we are known at the level of the administrative tribunal, we are renowned for the excellent way of receiving lawyers and litigants. We are treating people on equal footing, and I think with the polls that you've made, that those polls and the results of those polls reflect the reality of the administrative tribunal. I've taken part in the training of trainers regarding communication. I just wanted to add that the basic problem is not about training the staff members of the tribunal. You have to provide them with the mechanisms to discharge their duties in a smooth fashion and not to be under pressure. Something else that was reminded about the lawyers who were the bulk of the poll. It seemed that the biggest problem was with the lawyers, with due respect to the lawyers. When they come to the administrative court, they have preconceived ideas because of the procedures they encounter in courts and the backlog of cases. The lawyer doesn't have any problem with the procedures because the lawyers are well trained about procedures. We dedicated an office to information which is in the ground floor. So they get the information from the information, but the litigants would like to see the clerk and the chief clerical staff member. There is an issue with the communication at the level of the clerks, and if we raise awareness of the litigants to understand the role of the procedures and the procedures of in the administrative tribunal, it would be easier to deal with them. Thank you for your presentation. I'd like to ask you to be brief because we have started late. We are behind schedule. We have to leave time for the next presentation. Thank you, Mr. Ismail. As regards this training, the staff members are living in a specific social context characterized by pressure. When we refer to training, we are referring to an ongoing training, and there has to be a manual for the reception staff members who are tasked with direct communication. There has to be a manual that would be a reminder of the training and the content of training. That is extremely important. Therefore, training becomes mandatory. Even it should be included in the promotion of the staff members. We have to gauge the degree to which the officers are committed to these principles of receiving people. It's true that these staff members have social problems, but that's our reality. These staff members have to realize that they are professional staff members. They have to really deal with all the litigants at the same pace, even though when they leave the job, when they leave the, once they are done with their job, they will face the same problems. The evaluation of the administration of the staff members, it's important. We have to provide also rewards and disciplinary measures. It is a whole, if you like, matter that cannot be treated, separately. Pending full-fledged digitizations, we are still going to face our reality with all of the issues. We want the training program to touch all the staff members, and that we stage an annual program or every 6 months, and a specific program for the newly hired staff members. We shouldn't make them wait for 3 years. For the newly hired staff members, they have to have a comprehensive training and a specific training if they are dealing directly with the litigants, with a manual that should be learned by heart. They have to have leaflets that are there, and we have to have them understand that this training is very important in their career. This is the objective of the training unit of the tribunal. And as to conclude, and I apologize for those wishing to take the floor, I will give the floor to Mr. Amin, asking him. Thank you, Mr. Ismail. I'll go back to the beginning. I remember at the beginning, as we were preparing the conceptual note of the project, this project, we were thinking about the importance of the information, how to facilitate access to information, and we started from information, and then we started about the tools and the means, and that's why we worked on the work of dynamic display on these folders and leaflets, tools that are likely to help us, and there within the framework of disseminating this information and disseminating this new culture, that is to look to look for ways of conveying and disseminating information properly and to be understood as part of our awareness-raising program. That's why, in terms of conveying the information, we have to think about the way and the training of the staff members. The purpose was focused on information. We have come to the stage where we can anticipate. We are not waiting for the litigants or the citizens to ask for information. With these aids and with the techniques of communication acquired by our colleagues, we can make it possible to facilitate access to information. I personally liked another aspect, which is about the process of evaluation within the project, as we were inside the project, and we sought how to highlight these outputs and to add to build on some strengths and to overcome the shortcomings. So within the project, we wanted to improve the situation. So that's why some of the staff members underwent 2 trainings, and at the level of evaluation, we tried to really tap into the lessons learned in order to build on that at the end of the project. By and large, I'd like to thank everyone, be it the NCSC, ILAC staff members, or the and my colleagues within the tribunal, and who sacrificed their time. Just one thing that I'd like to highlight and answer to Mr. Hisham. Currently at the court, we are working on an e-learning platform for my colleague Amina. She will provide us with some more insights about ongoing e-learning, either an electronic platform or interactive in-person training. I think we are going to move forward with this platform, and we will in the future be thinking about preparing these manuals and how to make these aids and courses available on the platform so that anyone new on the program, be it a judge or a staff member, they have the aids that are available at the platform and that they can use properly. Thank you, Mr. Amin. We move to the next topic, which is about the second part of the regional program of ILAC, about the TOT program in the economic, social, and cultural rights. And I will hand over to Mrs. Amani, who is a university professor, and to my colleague, Selim Abdeslam. Thank you, Ismail. I need to be trained about technological tools. So we start introducing this program. First of all, I'd like to thank you for attending, and I will start with the topic that is the economic, social, and cultural rights. Why did we choose a program about this topic? What we noted from 2011 in Tunisia that many programs have been designed to deal with other rights like civil and political rights, and they have had their share extensively. And the other topic about the other sample of rights, and the jurists know the economic and social and cultural rights were a bit overlooked and were not really addressed well, and we know what happened after 2011 when we talked together about the topic and about which programs to be included for the next for between 2018 and 21. We chose this topic. We started in 2018, and this program had extended until 2021. It started a bit earlier on the basis of an initiative by the High Commission of Human Rights, the High Commission of Human Rights, the UN High Commission. We started working on this topic, and what we did first during the consultation, ILAC and the International Bar Association, we joined the UN High Commission program, and we had worked for 3 years in order to pursue our work on that, and we focused on the manual provided by the High Commission on the economic, social, and cultural rights. And the first thing we thought about when we looked at this manual, there was the administrative tribunal, administrative justice part was a bit overlooked, and Mr. Semi, who worked on this manual, included some part that had to be addressed, which is administrative jurisprudence regarding economic, social, and cultural rights. After that, once the program had been launched, we worked on the manual, on other tools that have been worked on by the High Commission. We started the training. When we started training, we started the TOT program, and then we had some practical training sessions for the judges. I'll give some figures about the training sessions that we had. We staged 8 training sessions, one for the TOT train, and practical sessions that came afterwards. We managed to train 100 judges, 44 of whom obtained TOT sessions, some from the capital city and others from regional chambers. 44, 22, 22, one in Tunis and one in Sousse, and 16 of the judges managed to practice as trainers of their colleagues. And fortunately for this program, the part pertaining to the administrative judges came after the health pandemic, and therefore we managed to complete the program till the end, but we were disrupted later on because of the health crisis, with the part dealing with the training of lawyers and the civil society. And our colleague Hannah, who is expert in economic, cultural and social rights, she's one of the few experts who focused on economic, social and cultural rights. You are one of the few who but with regards to civil and political rights, we have a lot of experts. But for this field, the experts are quite a few. I thank you for picking this specialty. For the last parts of the program, we were a bit disrupted, but we completed the program, and we managed to achieve it thanks to the contribution of the administrative judges and our colleague. Just for the trainees, the judges who have been trained, there's a high percentage of women, 66% of the women. They are the same percentage within the judges operating in administrative justice. The percentage of women in the new generations are higher, of course, in comparison with the previous generations. Just before I hand over to Hannah, we will mention the methodology used and the provisions that we focused on during these training programs. Of course, we wanted to familiarize the judges who have been trained with the mechanism for the protection of rights and for the different tools in the international treaties and conventions in harmony with the Constitution and in keeping with the domestic laws, especially Article 49 of the Constitution that defines the requirements to limit liberties and rights. We can restrain rights and liberties, but in accordance with the requirements. I'm not going to go back to it. The provisions, the international treaties you have, the International Covenant of Civil and Political of 1966 that was ratified by Tunisia in 1966, of the economic, social and cultural rights, and the UN Child Rights Convention that was ratified in 1992. The UN Convention about the rights of persons with disabilities that was ratified by Tunisia in 2008. The UN Convention on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, CEDAW, in 1976, that was ratified by Tunisia in 1985 with the reservations that have been submitted in 2014. The African Charter of Human Rights and the Rights of Peoples that was ratified by Tunisia in 1983. There is the African Tribunal. Always think about international bodies and UN bodies, but this charter has been overlooked somehow. And the Maputo optional Maputo Protocol pertaining that was drafted in 2003 and that was ratified by Tunisia in 2018 pertaining to women's rights. All of these treaties that have been examined in this regard, and I believe my impression is that these training sessions have been very beneficial, and we have two trainers, Mr. Hisham Al-Hami and Mr. Hussein Amara, the presidents of chambers. I now hand over to our colleague Hana Ben Abda to give us an overview as a witness, as a trainer, and as a witness to this program. Thank you, Salim. Welcome, everybody. I just want to testify and to give you a piece of advice. Personally, how did I get involved in this program? Salim said I am an expert in economic, social, and cultural rights. I'm expert in international law, in fact, and a university professor. But when I got involved in this project, it was by chance. I liked this experience very much, and I have to say it from the outset, whenever you have a possibility, an opportunity for training, just take that opportunity, seize it, because TOT makes you more impregnated with the law and with this craft, because there are specific techniques. These legal crafts are not about written provisions. The great craft is how to really jangle with this provision. My experience was at the academic level, and it provided a lot of added value. And it, at the personal level, you know, the getting acquainted to the participants, because I have been hired by the High Commission, and then thereafter with ILAC and CSC, and the IBA with the and I've learned a lot. There was a crucial, great personality, Mr. Hisham Al-Hami, from whom I've learned a lot, and who made it easy for me to deal with the administrative judges. He made it easy and comfortable to me in order to deal with the administrative judges. And I want to tell you, Mr. Hisham, it has been a great experience, and I like to thank you, because I learn from you every time I meet with you. The content of this training, to my mind, has three main items. The first item pertains to shedding light on the definition of economic, social, and cultural rights, and not to confine it to the usual definition, that is social protection, and the casual definition. We entered into the realm of the components of the rights. The 100 judges, we are speaking the same language. When we speak about the components of the right to labor, quality, adequacy, I am witnessing that in the decisions of the administrative tribunal, and this is a great achievement, because we didn't used to speak about the components of the right, because the judge wouldn't rule on the basis of the quality of the right, the adequacy component, and whether we applied it to the children and women. We are witnessing these aspects, and these aspects are now characterizing the decisions of the administrative courts. The other aspect is no longer about the concept of right, but about a standardized level of right. I don't say the right to health is what is found in Article 38. The right to health is a big title, but it has this standardized content is made up of services of the different therapies and treatment, reproductive health, sexual protection for teenagers. The content is not from the constitutional provisions. The judge has opened to international treaties and the case law of the Commission of Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. This case law or this jurisprudence is a treasure of knowledge. The judges, as guarantors of liberties and rights, they are the final resort, and therefore these judges are compelled to look into the right in its full content to provide a large-scale protection for liberties and rights. And the second item is this spontaneous aspect with which the judges are dealing with international provisions. Now, judges are more familiarized with international provisions and laws because the treaties ratified by the Republic of Tunisia becomes part and parcel of our legal arsenal, and therefore recourse to international conventions should not be on rare occasions or an exception. Today, now, I am reading court decisions based on the International Covenant of Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. Because the administrative court is the guarantor of rights and liberties since its inception. It is the refuge, if you like, the haven for the protection. This spontaneous recourse and comfortable recourse to the international conventions and provisions, and the recourse to the case law of international commissions of human rights, that is if you like, a source, a wealthy source for the protection of rights and liberties. Something else referred to Mr. Salim regarding the enforcement of Article 49 of the Tunisian Constitution, and whether this constitution will survive or not. But it is essential to deal with the principle of proportionality that allows the lawmaker and the administration to respond through specific procedures, and the lawmakers in particular to determine the rights or to restrain rights and liberties. But this restriction should not really be prejudicial to the right, and should be consistent with the purpose of the rights. If you restrain a right, there has to be a reasoned justification and a constitutional reasoned justification enshrined in the Constitution, and it has to be proportionate. Once again, I consider that sometimes I receive, I've been acquainted to 100 judges. Some were friends, some were younger and were students with, but they're all my friends. They send me message when they decide on a given case. They say, yes, look what we have done. So the sphere or the realm of and this library for the protection of economic, social, and cultural rights is growing bigger. There's no prejudice about these rights. They are no longer luxury. They are not. This is not a costly for the state, provided the state complies with the procedures, and the state has to exhibit certain credentials, you have the right to health goes beyond getting treatment at hospital. There's a standardized component. Restrictions of rights have to be subject to conditions, and there has to be oversight on that. My conviction is that justice is our final resort. When we are facing utter injustice out of neglect, out of inadvertence, there are some folks, if you don't have that document, you cannot get treatment in a public hospital when that constitutes a breach of rights and liberties. There's only a judge knowledgeable about these rights, a knowledgeable person about who are at the core of these rights. That the judge is the only one to protect these rights. I pay tribute to all of you, and I thank ILAC and the High Commission for, and Ibari for promoting this project. I thank very much all the judges who took part in the training. I've learned a lot from them. Communication with them was smooth and excellent. There was a positive exchange of experience. We've learned from each other. We tapped into each experience and we highlighted the contribution of these experiences. And I thank you very much and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. I'm going to take the floor again to talk about the achievements of this program. As you know, the most important outcome of a similar program is this. Every donor has its own priorities. SIDA, for example, from Sweden, they told us from the beginning that they're not interested in the number of training sessions or in the number of the trainees, but what would matter for them is what happens in the field or on the ground. This is what we wanted to achieve, actually, and what we did achieve, indeed, is this. How could the program make a difference in the way people work at the workplace? And what we noted is perhaps the speed at which the case law evolved. Well, since 2019, we've started to witness some change, and maybe we'll get more into the details of this later on regarding the jurisprudence or the case law. Many of the judges and lawyers who participated in the training sessions, all of them went to the school law. They know about the international law. But using that international law to inform their rulings and also their pleas before the court, this wasn't something that we expected to have fast. And this is one of the positive outcomes of the trainings. That is, the judges and the lawyers now use international law to inform their pleas and also their rulings. I'm not going to go back to what Hannah said, but we will take some examples later on, and that could serve as a basis for more in-depth discussions. The first ruling that referred to international law was the case of a student who actually was undertaking a training at the customs department. Actually, he was excluded actually on the basis that he was suffering from chronic disease, but the administrative tribunal decided that this was not a good reason to prevent that person from getting the training and from becoming a member of the customs department. Mr. Hisham will later on give us more details about this, since he was the one who issued that ruling. Another right that evolved in the jurisprudence is the right to education and training and to employment. Well, some people were prevented from traveling abroad they couldn't travel to work and a contract that they obtained abroad. Actually, this is in the past, this used to be considered as a political right, but by the same way, some other rights were violated, including economic rights and social rights. Another right is the right to social insurance. There was a ruling regarding the rights of the journalists. A convention had been signed between the journalists' union and the government, but the convention and the agreement was not published in the official gazette of the Republic of Tunisia, and the court decided that the convention has to be published under international law. The right to be buried in the homeland. This happened mainly under the corona. There were Tunisian citizens who passed away outside of their country, and they expressed their families wanted to bury them in Tunisia. This right was consecrated, taken into consideration the circumstances under the pandemic, the right to health, the right to decent life. This has to do with the foreigners who were under arrest because of their illegal residence in Tunisia, and this was a decision by the court regarding the suspension of the implementation, the right to employment and to career advancement, and the right to education. The right to education was not consecrated only after the training sessions, but before that, there was a student who was excluded from national examinations for a period that wouldn't allow him to later on go back to school, which is a breach of the right to education. You know that if someone is deprived of education, he or she would not have the same chances to get a job. Let's see how the situation evolved rapidly in a manner that we did not really expect. Then we'll see the recommendations and conclusions. Actually, if we take the health dimension, we can see that many violations of economic and social rights have been breached. We all know the rights that have been violated, the techniques that have been introduced and that the judges and lawyers learned, and also the civil society activists. These techniques do not pertain solely to economic, social, and cultural rights, but they pertain also to political rights and to civil rights, and the third generation rights, including, for example, the right to a safe and healthy environment, and also the rights of the future generations. And finally, we can say that at the last stage of the program, the civil society organizations became acquainted with these rights. The CSOs were present in 2-day trainings to raise awareness of the nature of these rights, which have been so far overlooked, and actually that access to justice based on these rights is something that's possible. I wanted to end on this positive note and to tell you how much this could be a gateway to a better future. Now it is time for discussion. We're ready to receive any of your questions. Thank you. Hisham, Mr. Hisham, regarding the jurisprudence of the case law. Thank you, Salim. Thank you, Hannah. This actually, Hannah mentioned that this started by accident, and I joined this process incidentally on the occasion of a meeting that I was invited to. Actually, kind of accidentally. I was invited informally, and I actually discovered that no one represented the administrative tribunal with respect to social, economic, and cultural rights. So I took the floor and I asked the question. We said that the guarantor of the rights and the entity that is responsible for the enjoyment of the rights by the citizens is the state, more specifically the administrative court, whose role is much more important than other branches of the judiciary. And let me give you some examples. This is how things started, and actually we started to think of this program as more relevant to the administrative court than to all other courts. Of course, the High Commission and ILAC understood this desire of ours to kind of take hold of the program, and we started to discuss this with the experts, particularly Hannah, and we agreed or reached a high level of consensus. That is, we started to learn from one another in a field that is new to both of us. When we went to the School of Law, we were told that the international law is just some kind of accessory. We've never been told that it is part and parcel of the national sovereignty, because when the state ratifies an international convention, that's part of the state's law and sovereignty. But we've never been told that that we should give that we should give an important role to the international law. Yeah, we also had a discussion over the screen law, la loi écran, and but we were kind of lagging behind indeed, because, as Anna mentioned, our definition of what a right was not adequate, actually, but we learned how to refine our understanding of what right is through all these discussions and trainings, and we continue to understand. Well, in fact, in one of the cases that I dealt with, there was a right that no one ever talked about before. There was a public servant who reported on a case of corruption, and he asked for a protection order by the anti-corruption authority. No answer was received for 1 year, though the law says that 7 days would be the deadline. And actually, when he came to the administrative court, the deadline for challenging the decision had already passed by 1 day. So I was in a real dilemma. So I went to the international conventions and I went to the international charter to all the conventions on the right to employment, the International Anti-Corruption Convention, and the very raison d'etre, and the very reason for why the Anti-Corruption Authority was established in the first place. Actually, the philosophy behind all this is to encourage whistleblowers to report on cases of corruption, and I gave precedence to this philosophy over the sacred nature of deadlines, because as long as this person is subject to harassment by the administration, that person would remain entitled to a right to litigation. And maybe this was some sort of jurisprudence which consecrated a principle. This was a ruling in summary proceedings, which was based on the idea of the right to work and the right to be protected when reporting on cases of corruption. And this was one of the outcomes of the training that I've received in the framework of the training sessions. Hannah, you mentioned three things, but I would like to add one. Considering that the international law is part and parcel of the domestic law, as long as the state has ratified the international conventions, we also came to a detailed understanding of the right. And third, we learned about the commitments of the state, and this is absolutely important, and this is the crux of the matter. We actually understood the burden of evidence, actually, the state, the state, has immediate and gradual commitments which are very reasonable in terms of time and in terms of implementation. Actually, now as judges, we have come to a better understanding of what the state should do in order to give access to those rights to its citizens. For example, why the state fails to build schools to ensure the right to education. Actually, there was a convention that Tunisian state ratified a long time ago, and today we are in 2021, and the state should have done everything it could do in order to grant its citizens access to those rights, which are binding on the state. You know, sometimes an idea comes to my mind, and I start to wonder if a case is reported to me, then I would behave in this way and not in a traditional way, for example. Now I'm just looking for any opportunity in order to entrench this jurisprudence. Something else, Mr. Hisham. Actually, the first thing that we used to think about is that the administration wouldn't actually implement that right immediately. And you see what happened in the beginning. All the judges that came actually had this mindset. But we actually told them that you don't have to care about the state, because the state has obligations that have to be fulfilled. Actually, if the state builds a hospital that is far away from a specific location, and if no buses are provided in order to transport people at least once a week to the hospital, now the problem is not with me as a judge. It is a problem of the state, and you, the judge, you have to implement and apply the law, and that what will put pressure on the state. If the state and the government realizes that you hold the state responsible and accountable for the things that they failed to do, then they would start to act. Now, for example, if we take the S17 measure, we've seen more than once the Ministry of Interior abolish the measure because actually I have told them that they have to prove that that person should be prevented from traveling. On so many occasions, well, actually, sometimes the administration wouldn't give you the information, and they would insist on not providing the information, particularly with the S17. But let me tell the judges that it is not your responsibility to act on behalf of the state. You are the link between the citizen and the state or the government. Because actually you're like kind of mediator between the two. It's up to you to apply the text that maybe should help to hold the administration to account. Okay. Please, I'll give you the final word regarding this theme. Yes, what you said is very important. The judge should never forget that they are the guarantor of the non-commission of violations. The judge is the last resort. There's no other resort. And if we have an established jurisprudence, this could be very helpful indeed. And this is what happens with the Ministry of Interior, because when the Ministry of Interior realized that the judges have started to question and challenge the decisions regarding the S17 measure, then the mindset of the Ministry of the Interior has started to change. And this is the role of the case law or the jurisprudence in guiding public policies. Thank you very much. Yes, I would like to thank the organizations participating in this program, NCS, ILAC, and the High Commission. The training on these rights was absolutely important, particularly for the judges of the administrative tribunal, because in the past we used to protect the rights only on the basis of the domestic law. Across the entire or all the tiers of litigation. But this training acquainted us with the different conventions and the charter and the general commands. And I would like to say here that the general commands have been absolutely paramount to us judges. The training was absolutely effective in a better understanding of the various types of rights. And today we understand the obligations of the state. Excuse me, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Because actually we want to see what the impact will be in the long term. And today we see more decisions that actually are informed by those international conventions, and these rulings are very, very important because the rights that you've mentioned have a direct impact on the daily lives of the citizens. this does not apply only to the judges, but also to the clerks and the administrative staff at the court and the civil society. Once again, I would like to thank Slim, Ismail, Emel, Basma, and Hannah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Hassin. I'll give the floor now to just a final word. I would like to thank ILAC and CSC and all those who have been involved in this very rich experience, and I hope that this will continue in the future. I would like just to comment on the economic, cultural, and social rights. We would like to extend all this to the political and civil rights. Well, we all had some sort of education, but when it comes to the implementation of international conventions, it's about the technicity. Well, we have the Constitution, we have the international conventions, and then the rest of the legislation. So what I hope is that in a similar fashion to the cultural and social and economic rights, we would like the court also in justifying its rulings with regard to the civil and political rights also has resort to the international conventions. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, Marwan. Now I'll give the floor for the final word. Violaine, the director of NCSC, you're welcome.
Désolée, j'ai été un peu bousculée parce que j'étais en train de noter avec beaucoup d'intérêt les remarques qui ont été apportées sur l'utilisation des conventions. On a fait une collaboration avec le tribunal administratif. Je remercie tout particulièrement les intervenants qui ont partagé aujourd'hui les réalisations d'un cadre du programme ainsi que ceux qui
outcomes, including an application on how to use the different tribunal ways to look for the files. This is opening, of course, the floor to future in order to implement the next steps of the websites. We also have 42 cards, postcards and mission cards, which make, of course, the administrative tribunal the first in this field. And of course, this is really opening something which is fundamental and which, of course, given more efficiency and flexibility to the work of tribunal in the digital transformation. 48 training sessions were organized, benefiting more than 584 judges in the different fields of socio-economic rights, management of files, crisis management, and information technology maintenance. These results, of course, are open the floor to more future cooperation. And on behalf of IBARI, ILAC, and NCSS, I would like to reiterate my thanks to all of the stakeholders and all of those who really participated in the success of this project. I would like to thank Ismail bin Khalifa and Salim and NCS team Amal, Bisawi, Basma, and Ayman Habib Borni, Iman Berhouma, Marwan Ayad, and Nadir Zig, and Nisar Rizgi that contributed to the success of this program, both in the front plan or in the back front, and of course all of the technicians, all of the experts that participated in this program. And mainly I would like to thank Mr. Bonny Delieu from Quebec and Roger Beaulieu from Quebec, who gave from their time and contributed to the success of this program. And thanks to their exchanges, they helped, and unfortunately, due to COVID pandemic, they couldn't continue. And I would like to thank Mr. Ramzi bin Sadi from the Tribunal Court, from Gafsa, Kamal Ben Amar, Moaz Abassi, and Nabil Middib from the different regions. The team of Ibari, represented by the acting coordinator and Fathi Zabar and Hana Ben Abbar. Thanks to them and to their efforts, we implemented different training sessions to judges, which helped us to put on the ground a framework of judges and in the continuity of the Tunisian judiciary and the work of CSOs. I would like to reiterate my thanks all the partners in the administrative courts, and especially our primary focal points, His Excellency, the First President, the Secretary General, and the Deputy Director of the International Relations, as well as the President and the coordinators of the International Affairs, whose contribution was vital and necessary to the success. In addition to all the clerks, officers, and all of those who are working in Tunis Administrative Court and the 12 regions, those who really proved that success is possible and transformation is possible, and whose efforts made it possible to have more efficient and more transparent tribunal courts. And I would like to thank all of those who are present with us here today, and all of those who are in the different regions, and mainly the information technology team, those who made it possible to create a new application, whose efforts enabled us to have a real digital basic and a real digital background that would enable us to clean the ground for the future. And I would like to reiterate my thanks to the trainers, the judges who contributed in the different training sessions in the different themes. Last but not least, the international community, mainly the UNHCR, our main partner in the socio-economic rights field, DRI, for the different contributions and in the different field, whose contribution was of paramount importance. The different programs of European Union, mainly PARCH and the OECD on the different fields, mainly the information exchanges, in addition to the UNDP contribution was very important. Last but not least, I would like to thank ASDI and the Swedish Embassy on behalf of ILAC and ID, whose contribution was very important, and to all of the different actors and stakeholders in the judiciary, present today and who are not present, I would like to encourage you to go ahead to create more solutions. We are, of course, ready to help whenever you are ready to change. You will be able to do that, and whenever you are, of course, able and have the will to overcome the obstacles, you are ready to do it slowly and step by step in the teamwork. The great efforts have already started, and still a lot can be done. And of course, all of the actions and all of the efforts we've done together are, of course, in the administrative courts, and the fruits and the outcomes and outputs of all of our work are at your disposal. It was a great pleasure to work with us, and looking forward to continuing this cooperation in the future. Thanks a great deal. Thanks a great deal to Violette, and now we come to the right moment to declare this program ended. Before going to lunch, I would like to express two wishes. First, hope that we will have another opportunity to work together in the future as soon as possible. And my second wish is that I am looking forward to visit you, and especially to have the right to park my car in the administrative tribunal parking. Thank you very much. غدرني في بالي بالعربي.